సెట్ చేసి వచ్చింది కదా అది లేటెన్సీ కదా.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome invited guests, faculty, respected alumni, esteemed sponsors, and all my dear fellow mates. I hope you all enjoyed the first day of MAITRI 2.0 and are not tired after sports. Are you guys tired? Good. I again welcome you all for the most important part of MAITRI 2.0, that is day 2. Without delaying further, I take an opportunity to invite one of the most dynamic and visionary person of NIRDPR family, Shri G. Murlidhar sir, on stage. On behalf of Alumni Association and current batches present here, I invite sir on the stage. Now I request Nani sir, President, Alumni Association, to kindly present a bouquet as a token of love to sir. Now I would like to request Nani sir to kindly present a token of love to Professor, Associate Professor Dr. A. Devapriya sir. I request Devapriya sir to kindly sit on the dice. Thank you, sir. Now, without wasting much time, I would like to invite Murli sir to discuss and guide us with his kind remarks.
No, I thought I'll answer questions, no? I'll not say anything except to say all the best and thank you for coming, calling us here. But I'll expect you to ask questions, something you're facing in the last 12 years, 13 years of being in the field. And you may face some questions, probably some answers we may have. We will try to help you to do that. And if you have bigger questions, together we can explore to solve them. That's the idea. So, open to all. Start shooting questions. Yeah. I'll also tell you what I did last 10 to 12 years for some of you. What I did in the last 10 to 12 years. For example, I moved from being purely with Akshara to work with the United Nations. Then United Nations deputed my time to Government of India. Government of India in turn placed me in National Rural Livelihoods Mission. I spent about 5 years. During the period I continued to associate with teaching some batches I did not. Then 2016 I left all that and came to Hyderabad and slowly started associating with a program called natural farming. Natural farming was a trickle at that time. Today it is considered one of the largest programs in the world, becoming the need of the hour. In this course of the time, I also got associated with shade trees, thanks to Chandransu. was linked them with Setris. I spoke to Durgesh, I spoke to Kapil, then we did some visioning. And Maidar also got attracted and then he started working with them. I think a big organization in the making. That's my understanding of that. So, ecology, farming, climate resilience, vulnerable people's work. I think these are going to be the future for most of us if you are in rural development management. Actually, 26th November last year, I was supposed to go to Irma to participate in the program of 100 years of Korean. I could not go because my father expired. Fortunately, they asked me to come on this 26th again. I was going there. They are opening a coffee table book for Irma, and probably they'll feature my 2 pages on that. And let us see what they write. Thank you very much. So that's about the background, history of the 10 to 12 years. But now open to questions. Some of you may like to share what you did. Some of you may like to ask questions you are facing, troubles you are facing, dilemmas you are facing. Let us share them. If we have some answers, we will give. Otherwise, we will try to explore together. Thank you. Yeah.
Hello, sir. How are you?
Yes.
Sir, basically this event is the Alumni Association meet, and you are from an organization very senior to us when it comes to the number of years, IRMA. So how is IRMA Alumni Association? What are the activities that they do, and at what? So how was their progression, and so that we can also learn, our Alumni Association can learn from IRMA's Alumni Association and how it has progressed.
Okay. Any similar questions by chance on IRMA or Alumni Association related? For a new setup, new Alumni Association, you are better than what was IRMA, let us say 15 years after IRMA, as an Alumni Association. When the first batch came out in 1981, the Alumni Association could come only in 90s, something like this, isn't it? 10 to 12 years later. And most of the time, it is like a get-together place, a place for get-together, place for catching up with each other. The best will be some senior can able to link up with a future employment for juniors. So that's the essential work. And second work generally they are doing is to welcome in the new batches, which most of you are also might be doing. So it remained the same, but as they reach 20 years, they have a concept, IRMA and Alumni established saying that 20 saal ke baad. So people who completed 20 years should come to IRMA, spend time, maybe 2-3 days with IRMA, be part of the, be seated, be part of the institute, understand what improvements happened in the institute. And 20 years ke baad, people generally don't come as individuals, they come as families. So, and they, first time probably the batch will also introduce to them as families. So that happens. Then they start giving something to the alma mater. 20 years some people might have made riches, some people might have got influence, good enough to influence the world to contribute to alma mater. So they could do that. They could start doing that. And that is also the time they established, can we teach in the institute? So alumni started teaching in the institute around that time. And some of us were lucky. I could teach in IRMA much earlier, but most formally inviting alumni to be part of the teaching methodology. The alumnus may not be the teacher, but alumnus is invited to be part of the courses. Let's say take 2 sessions, take 1 session, take 3 sessions. So that kind of a, so that they get exposed to realities. That has happened. Then they also said that they have something called a annual event. Now, annual event has been fixed, unlike trying to negotiate date every time. Immediately after Republic Day, 2 days will be available. So this is the time of the year. Every time, all alumni can come. Officially, the current batches will invite the alumni to participate in the program, and all the arrangements will be made. That's the beautiful part. All the arrangements will be made. It is not alumni are going to search for accommodation. The local batches, current batches will be able to say in the campus, in the neighboring institutions' campuses, and in the hotels in the worst case. All these are made. All these are made. And most of the time, the costs are notional. It is not real cost. Real costs are taken care by the institute or the local batches. But alumni is invited to come. That itself is a cost for him, isn't it? Cost for her. They have to take a flight from somewhere, come there, be there for 2-3 days. And generally, you are invited not as an individual, but as a family. So all of them have to happen. It's a big thing. So they are very happy. If 10% people come also is good. Right now there are 4,000 people. 10% go. 400 people will be there. It's a big mahol. Big mahol. So that is our second thing. One is the 20 साल के बाद. Then they said subsequently 30 साल के बाद भी हो गया. There is a 40 साल के बाद भी probably will happen. I went to that program for 30 years later. So that is another thing. Now they are also looking at conferring Distinguished Alumnus Award. So they are, in 2019 they called some 8 people as eminent people, but formally, all the roll of honor, लिख के देना वो सब करके, they are trying to figure out how to do this. How to do this? Can it be only popular vote? Or is there any methodology, some points of work, scoring, tallying, and who will give President of India, Vice President of India, who should bestow this honor on you? So that discussion is on, for example, today. Probably, maybe you are early for having such lifetime achievements for the students or alumni will be happen only probably 20-30 years later, isn't it? Not in the first 10 years or so. So that is another thing that is happening. Then the bylaws of the organization, they are very sketchy. Those days, I don't know who drafted the bylaws, are very sketchy, contentious. I think they are fighting now openly about what bylaws are these. So you may, probably you can teach them something more to them on the bylaws rather than they. Yeah, I think that is about, those are the things. I think some of us could influence getting a big grant to IRMA. That is around the time I was in NRLM. So a lot of infrastructure of the IRMA could develop because of that. The batch size went up very big way because of that. From 50 to 60 per year to now 250 now. 250 to 60. So that is another dimension. Yeah, I think those are things. And some alumni started becoming permanent faculty. That is a new development. And in my humble opinion, alumni becoming faculty have done better because of the knowledge of the truth and reality on the ground, even if they don't have PhDs. So now that the UGC has relaxed that concept that anybody can be a professor of practice, so getting those 10% people from experienced background can be useful. It can be useful. I think those are some points. One issue that came up in this interaction with the alumni and institute is, if they want to do post-graduation or PhD elsewhere, how does that work? IRMA method has been to say recognized by Association of Indian Universities. That has been the route they have taken. So that recognition has been given, and that has been given as certification. IRMA PGDRM is good enough. PGDRM is good enough to be post graduation. Therefore, they can join the PhD. But most important method that worked is the previous alumni, how they performed. So institutes, universities have waived that condition. If you are from IRMA and you have done that, we don't ask you recognition further. Because, oh, uske baad ki batch ke hai? You are from that institute where this boy has studied, then you don't require any further recognition. So that has been very useful because they never ask further questions about whether you are recognized or not. When alumni have been recognized globally, then recognition is no longer an issue. 1 year, 2 year, क्या फर्क पड़ता है? ISB 1 year is good enough as a 2-year course or more than that. So we are no longer asking that question as long as your alumni are doing good. If alumni are not doing good, obviously all these things matter. That is another thing we have noticed. And once they join the universities elsewhere, I think they are able to pull alumni. Why don't you come? I will be able to introduce. So that is also another thing that has happened. Like in the jobs, it is also in the courses. In the courses. I think those are the lessons. But a family, IRMA alumni is like a family. The moment IRMAN comes along, they say, oh, yaar, hamara hai bhai. So that feeling comes. And I think a similar feeling is noticed in NIRD alumni situation. And more than happy to keep listening that, oh, there is a senior, there is a junior. This sirring is not there. Okay, in IRMA, this sirring is not there. I notice in NIRD alumni, I think I somehow don't like it. But you can take a view on this. Senior ko kyun sir bolna hai? There are some juniors much older, much experienced, much capable. And why should they think that senior is a sir? He is a sir because he is a teacher to you, that is okay. But otherwise why? Otherwise why? The first name culture, IRMA, IIM, Harvard, talk about is missing in NIRD. Even between student and teacher, IRMA, IIM, Ahmedabad, Harvard. This is why I am mentioning the three names are they followed one another. Harvard say IIM aaya, IIM say IRMA aaya. That's the kind of logic. So they avoided first sir culture. They wanted first name culture. If you are not able to get into first name, we feel that you are not becoming close. So only the old people get that sir and still be close, but otherwise equals or 5-10 years senior junior should be able to get along without calling sir. Without calling sir, isn't it? See, I'll tell you the example. Except the old man, Dr. Kurian, everybody is called by name, first name. Except the old man. He is called Daddu or something. Daddu means grandfather. Grandfather. So he is called like that, but not by name. But everybody else, including Tushar, director, for 10 years, he is called Tushar only. I refer to him as Tushar. When I tell others also, Tushar told this, Tushar did this. I say that. And nobody thinks bad about it. More important is, I saying is not important issue. Others should not feel bad about it. They don't feel bad about it. So that is the kind of a culture. Then you are becoming closer and closer. At least age ka सोच सकते हैं, but otherwise you should get away from sir culture. That is one request I have for you. Senior को सर करना बहुत तकलीफ होता है. Other thing about the affairs, marriages within the batches, junior senior batches. IRMA has started seeing a lot of them, and one of my closest friends is a family, Sandeep and his wife Mona. You know Sandeep Dixit in the Sheila Dixit's son and his wife. So they are my batchmates. They are husband and wife. So it's quite a number. I think every batch has 2-3 pairs, and it is not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. If you know each other, if you know why you are together, and you understand the circumstances in which you are operating, seen them for a long time, good enough reason to be together, isn't it? So that is another thing I would like to see often without being reprimanded by the people around. I think I notice in an ARD sometimes that is not encouraged. It is your call. Isn't it is your call? You should take a call. And we also notice junior seniors. Junior seniors is not happening within the campus, isn't it? They are not meeting each other, but now it is possible. now it is possible. Okay. Employment also is that. Yeah. But it is a good idea, but I don't think all can have all. That may not work. One batch, one pair, 2 pairs is a possibility. Uh, who are they? Oh, Sunita and hers, yes. Okay. But Chandana is not a student. But anyway, that's another private, sir. Okay. Yeah? Staff member. Yeah. No, I'm just on the lighter side, that is another thing that happened. Yeah.
Not in current batch, sir, not in current. Current batch का कोई नाम नहीं लेगा.
No, despite discouragement that day. No, I'm just joking. Yeah.
Sir, तो नया policy.
But that should not be the only way to live. Na? You have to do well in studies, you'll do well in tenures, and you can also do well in personal lives. That's the kind of a logic. Living lives and destiny. All three go hand in hand. Last point on this question, Krishna, I'll just close that my thinking is that we might be coming from schools into junior colleges, degree colleges, and reach a post-graduation. For most of us, that's my hindsight understanding. This postgraduate association remains the strongest and remains lifelong compared to any other association. I also have my friends from school, friends from college, friends from engineering. But if you ask me the strongest bonds and with families joined in is the bond that came from post-graduation. That is Irma. So cherish it that way because you are going to, the reason is you pick up a career based on this and you continue to be together in that line. Previously we don't know where we all end up, so we don't have the commonality. So that's the reason. And about the chapters in the cities, other states, I don't know whether you are doing well. There is another way of keeping in touch, alumni. Irma has all across, maybe 20-30 cities, they have chapters. Now you are a good number, 1,000 plus, so you should think about start having chapters and meeting. That will be a good way. Because you can't wait for a India national level meet once in a year, and that may not be enough. Even if you just keep saying hello and having a dinner together, it will be useful. And once in a while we feel sad that we go there, meet and talk nothing and come back. We may feel bad, but over a period of time, it serves useful purposes. Yeah. Thanks, Krishna.
I think in Delhi, they have a chapter and they did some kind of interaction once or twice.
Okay.
And same in Bhubaneswar also. That's what I came to know from your group.
I think this point is that once you've had a critical mass, it does make sense to more decentralized catch-up rather than just wait for some
Correct.
because that actually feeds into this event.
Hi sir, I hope all is well with you. So there are few questions to you. There are 5 points. I am trying to solve them, but I am unable to. So I just want to get the guidance to both of you, sir. So towards the GPDP, so I felt like there is a requirement of a commission in the grassroots levels at a panchayat level. Like the district is running a UPSC, and for the UPSC they are recruiting there, and for the staff selection it is in the state level it is happening. So for the panchayat level and the mandal level, why can't we have a commission in a way forward of 75 years? So this is one question. I am trying to, well, I am unable to. So I just want to seek guidance where I should walk in these thoughts. So another point is like decentralization of paddy procurement, which we have in Telangana and Andhra Pradesh. So what are the possibilities that we can replicate to the different states, and how the NIRD Alumni Association should take part into this together? So why can't we replicate the policy or the advocacy to the different federal government? How are the possibilities for this? So another point is like generalizing this. When can we call our nation as a developed nation? So what is those point where we can call this? I often ask these people to the intellectuals, so I just feel like asking. So another point is like the possibilities of association to create 1,000 jobs. What are the possibilities for us, for the association, to create, to take up the projects? So that's it. There are the 4 questions I feel like. So what do you, sir?
I'll take the first question on GPDP. GPDP is linked to the people's participation and people's governance system. So their states also are interested. Anyway, Kerala, if you talk about West Bengal, Tripura, they are already there in this model. But your question is relevant, how we can take it up to other 26 states in a very relevant manner. So that is your purpose of your question. So already Ministry of Panchayat is seriously viewing this particular issue, and in the meantime NID is actively working in 250 model clusters. You must be knowing about it. And YFs were recruited, and they were posted at different places across 250 clusters to design the model GPDP, and the outcome is really good. That's what we have seen. I have personally gone through some GPDP that models created by some YFs with the help of the different stakeholders, including the line departments as well as the Panchayat Raj institutions. So several rounds of Gram Sabha has happened, and they have actually worked. Some of them I found they have really done very good work. There is no doubt about it. When you're talking about formalizing it and across say 2.5 lakhs gram panchayats, if you are talking about you should have a formal professional there. That I believe this is your question. So it's a people's institution, and over the period of time people should take over this and should continue to work on it. It's not necessary that every time they will be guided. If you go back to Kerala or if you go back to Tripura, nobody is there to guide them. They understand, okay, this is the time we have to have a Gram Sabha, and in the Gram Sabha, this is the agenda, and this agenda needs to be discussed in detail. So they know that, not today or not in last 2 years or 3 years. Over generations, maybe last 10, 15 years or 20 years, with this revolution of GPDP in these 3 states, they understand what we are supposed to do. Villagers know what we are supposed to do. The panchayat members, including the sarpanch and other people, they know what are their responsibilities in GPDP. At the same time, the officials, including the panchayat secretary, accountant, whoever is there, they know that. So it's not necessary or not essential for a YF to be there permanently. But what you are telling is very much valid. Okay, somebody should be there as a professional to do the hand holding.
Right, a chairmanship, educated chairmanship.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Do the hand holding. So that is how this 250 cluster model has come. So over the period of time, the idea is that once the 250 clusters are successful, we will definitely expand to another 250 or 300 or 500. Purpose is not necessary to expand 250,000. It's not practically possible and feasible also. But the thing is, okay, this model will be replicated in the neighboring village. So this is the idea behind the project. So let us see. Good news is coming. A lot of good news are coming, but you understand it's India. So how what are the issues and challenges in dealing with this? So I was there in Fulwani to see the cluster. I have seen how this YF himself has mobilized people, and in 2-3 meetings in next 2-3 days in cluster means there are 8 panchayats. A cluster comprises of 8 panchayats, and as such in Odisha the panchayats are much larger. Murali knows, so much larger, comprising of how many 10 to 11 villages, something like that, revenue villages. So it's a bigger thing. So they're able to mobilize people. I visited 3 panchayats, had 3 meetings, and there's active participation in those, which was exactly opposite when I was there 15 years back, 20 years back. I'm not talking about Andhra, Telangana. If Andhra, Telangana, we have a GPDP, we have a Gram Sabha, there will be large number of people. But you'll be surprised to know only women are coming. Same SHG members are mobilized and they are coming. Hardly 10% of men are coming. So it has to go in a different way. All of them should participate. All village members should participate. So this is how things are improving. So your point is valid. We need to expand, maybe in the form of clusters, but we have to see how our system is taking care of it. Thank you.
Small correction, sir. This is not just the contractual jobs. What we are seeking. So, what my thought is, like, if it is there towards the IAS, so he is there for sure, a legislative body and an executive body. So why can't we create an executive body, a standard body at a mandal level? So I am trying to find this.
By panchayat secretary level, you mean to say? At panchayat level? Block level, you mean to say at the block level, young professionals will be recruited. So we must have that many young professionals also at the same time.
For the 250 clusters, the young professionals are present.
And see, rural development, agriculture and cooperation, these are all state subjects. So the policy decisions are always taken at the state level. I also mentioned in my classes also. So nothing can be imposed by Ministry of Rural Development or Ministry of Agriculture or Ministry of Cooperation over the states. So there, it's a federal system we are following. Right. So some efforts had happened, lot of efforts had happened actually. The idea behind, Sir will agree with me, idea behind this PGDIDM program in 2008 was the VK Sinha's vision, Dr. VK Sinha, late VK Sinha's vision to have at least 2 to 3 young professionals at the DRDA level. So these are the ideas are there. So the civil servants are recruited and they go there. I agree very much with you. Okay, they don't have basic idea or basic knowledge or understanding of the development or development practices. So this is one of the issues. If you have a symposium on this or a workshop on this particular issue, I suggest Alumni Association can have it, and then you can put forth before the Ministry of Panchayati Raj to have a cadre of development professionals across the country to lead the developmental activities. That is well taken.
Right.
Thank you.
I just have one side take on the GPDP, because it came under the MORD and we were there when it started, piloted and campaigned by Mr. Sinha. See, the problem that in the beginning was that it didn't have funds. He said you have a plan and convergence will take care of the funds. So if you say like that, possibilities are going to be zero that we have a successful GPDP. You may have a great plan, but that's it. That's it. It will not get implemented. So we require funds. If as we start allocating funds for GPDP centrally or at the state level, then you start getting implementable plans and which will be implemented. That is a gap area right now. Somebody has to allocate funds for it. So, so, so therefore the fund allocation is a critical issue. Like the NRLM has to be done, NRLM required funds. If the funds are not there, organizing SHs will happen on its own. It will not happen. Like that, the Gram Panchayat plans will happen, convergence will happen. It may not happen. That is a utopian idea in some sense. Wherever it happened is a bonus luck. That cannot be taken as a good way forward. You need to say half the money will come from us. So generate half the money still may be a possibility. Saying that I'll give nothing, but you make a plan, I'll give orders so that the convergence will happen. Which department says I'll give money to you but not do my work? It's slightly difficult proposition, but Sinha Saab is a very visionary. He is with the PM's office also for a long time. I don't know, you might be able to rethink on this. Let us see. We'll see. Not BK Sinha, Amarjit Sinha. So I'll just top on that. On the public commission, my difficulty is which government will say, I'll hand over the responsibility of the local government to local governments. We have made 73rd, 74th Amendment. We are not, after 30 years, we are still struggling to hand over the responsibility as promulgated in the Parliament. After 30 years. The 29 subjects have to go there. Did they go? Except in a couple of states here and there. Budgets, did they pass on to local governments? They didn't pass on. So why will you think that cadre will be passed on to local governments? They will not be passed on. So it is a long way to go. It is a long way to go. That's all I am trying to say. You can't have a commission, a local government commissions happening in the near future. Already what they have today is that many states, they have unions and they have positioning by the state governments into local governments. That methodology is there. Maybe if that some more dakka, if you just start giving it, over a period of 20-30 years, we may have a situation where district is independent government, local government, we allow it to happen. May happen. But that is a long way to go. Long way to go. Centralization is our tendency. Government of India wants to centralize its powers. It is kept on taking state subjects into concurrent list. And the state is saying, no, give me all the powers, what I have to have, but I will not pass on to local government. So there is a big difficulty on having a local government commissions, like the way employment, public service commissions. For local governments, it is a long way to go. See, public service commissions are statutory bodies, if you know that. So they have a lot of powers that come to them in some sense. That kind of commission is a long way to go. I think I don't want to hazard a guess that will happen very quickly. On the 1,000 jobs of the Alumni Association, my take is simple. Association should not do this. It should be done by an organization, supported by association is fine.
Okay.
You want to create a foundation?
Yes.
Create that. And let the foundation do it. You want to create an enterprise? Create this enterprise. That enterprise can do. The association should not get into money in a big way. Money in a big way is going to kill the association, in my opinion. And it will keep some people into hold on to something and assuming that everybody will be equally equal integrity is too much to expect. Unnecessarily are forcing them to demonstrate that where it is not required. They can say we'll meet talk, learn, listen. Let that be the focus. Lobby, that is the focus of the IAA. Let them do that only. IAA should be, not, what I am saying IAA because Irma organization. So, what is the short name for you? NPAA. NPAA should be able to say, we are here to inspire our alumni to start enterprises, to start foundations, to start talking about social responsibility. See, forget C. As an individual, I want to pay back. What is the way I will do? Let me start an enterprise. Let me start an organization. Let me start a school. Let me anything like that. That should be your job rather than saying we run it. That is my simple take. You can do 1,000. You can do 2 more zeros easily. 1 lakh jobs is not a difficulty for you because you are going to work with so many organizations and you will be able to influence more jobs. And our mandate as a professional of rural development is to create and help people to have good jobs, isn't it? Important mandate. So obviously you have millions of jobs by you. If you want to have something attached to your own personal stake, then create a personal organization. A group of people can come together and start something. It works. It works. And many of you have that ability. And I am sure you will be able to inspire them to realize their ability. That's the take I have. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I remembered C. Okay.
We have one question from
Sir, I have one question. I'll just finish with one.
let's have everyone.
You want the last one? Okay, tell that, then they come here. Yeah.
Matlab, what are the indicators should I see the nation as developed? Matlab, what can we call? How can we see
Yeah,
that?
that is a tough question.
No, it is-
Tough question.
If
But
it-
I was reading. I'll tell you. I'll give an answer. Yeah, but I'll give what I thought. Because I was trying to see what should be there in the coffee table. I thought 3 things that we as a country should be aspiring to. One, are we in the 5 trillion economy? That's going to be an important indicator. Yeah, we may like it, we may not like it. If there is no wealth, you can't distribute it. First, wealth has to be there. That's one indicator. The second indicator will be, is there happiness all around? So, are we going to have a happiness index some way? Whatever be the way you want to come up with, people have said Bhutan as an index, it works, but now Bhutan is saying faltering. We don't know whether it is right or wrong, but we require a happiness index. The Scandinavian countries are able to talk about it. So there is an index, but are we able to do well there? The third one, there are 3-4 indices where our world is measuring already. Already measuring. We are low there. We are 170, 107, 104, 92 out of the 140, 150 countries. Where do you want to stand? Should we not stand in the first 10, first 15, first 20? There are indices already. We don't have to really discover them. Can we do better there? Hunger index, can we do better there? Poverty index, can we do better there? Development index, can we do better there? HDI, do you do better? Gender index, do you want to do better there? There are many already indexes. Why do you want to create some more?
No, the mechanism what I feel.
Mechanism to measure.
Matlab,
Mechanism to reach there.
Right.
Oh, that's a big question. Now. That's why we are struggling. 75 years gone, another 75 years will go.
Sorry for the interruption, sir. As we are lacking time, I request only one more question to be put in the panel because it's tea time and we have to break for the tea.
Okay.
Hello, sir. I am Narendra from.
But just a last point, sir. 75 years have gone. People are saying, no, wait here. 100 years. There seems to be a plan emerging in the country. Let us make it a better plan. At least by 100 years of independence, we seem to be considered as a developed country.
Vision 2047.
Yeah, at least 25 years is a long period. And all of us are young people will be able to see that happening. We may not see, but you will be able to see. Say that this is a developed country. poverty is extremely low, only 5%, 4%, 3%. That is a possibility. There is a possibility. 100-year plan. We are also trying to write a note. We are circulated once a long time ago. We will develop more. Country is developing. Every state is developing. So please, wherever you get time to contribute to that plan. Coming 2-3 years, plans will come. Next 20 years, they will try to develop. So 100-year plan is emerging. So please contribute to that. Then things will be definitely going to be different compared to 1947 situation. I don't know whether you heard about Bombay plan. 1947, at the time of independence, J.R.D. Tata and others have written a plan, and that became a base for whatever we did in the first 25 years. Whatever plans that emerge now, one of them, two of them may become the Bombay plans of the 1947 for us. And we may achieve. But if you don't have plan and you think we'll achieve, no, not possible. Get it into the plans, some way.
So my question is, like just now you said we should be, come to the other side of the part. Instead of the job seeker, we should be job giver. So I tried, like since 2015 we tried and we have established, I can say just in innocent stage, we have registered punk and we have moved with the 7 to 8 years. My question and suggestion, like we having good brand of NIRDPR. We having slowly we are understanding the field situation, different policies and different we having some networks to present the work and connect with the more number of people. Address the need there really gaps are exist. So how we can leverage the NIRDPR to expand more and get the more exposure toward the work, also to get some linkages, so we can able to tap more resources and we can able to able to provide the jobs also and also provide the opportunity who can able to come forward.
They're not able to leverage.
Yeah, somewhat, but still we need some more guidance, like how we can.
Only one change I want you to say in your argument is job seeker we don't want to be, fine. But if you want to be a job giver, you do well, you have the ability to do well. But you will not be able to be a job giver on the day one, isn't it? You require some time to reach there. Maybe 5 years, maybe 7 years. You invest that, because that will be useful, number one. When you take a job, there is nothing wrong in seeking job. Okay, let us get it. But there are job-giving jobs. So you get into those jobs, no? You get into those jobs where you are able to contribute to employment in a big way, big way. This example, some students might have heard me. When we started NRLM, we wanted to have 1 lakh professionals. In 3 years' time, the discovery dawned on us that we don't have 1 lakh people. We don't have. What is giving ke baad kahan se aa gaya? We don't even have. And even if I work hard for the coming 10 years, I could not reach. So we come to a conclusion that we make it community professional NRLM rather than the professional NRLM. So the number of professional jobs we reduced to 25,000 and we increased community professionals to 1 million. Now, have we done a good job? Bad job, only time, world, country will tell. But now, instead of 1 lakh arrogant professionals, quote unquote, we have 1 million community professionals doing in their own little village, something or the other. Which is better in terms of the poverty reduction, in terms of the equity, in terms of the better incomes to people at large. So do you want more of us, or do you want poor communities to take over and be part of the larger employed network? You take a call. We want jobs for professionals, you want jobs for community professionals. Or you want both, maybe. The truth will be you want both, but professionals may have to integrate, do some other jobs, and there are some other job, some other works community people have to do. You may have to have both of them, both of them. That is one suggestion I have. The second thing we have advised IRMA also, we would advise you also, is this, that IRMA and NIRD should start national consulting organizations. Should be able to tap in the ability of the alumni into that. You can say, you do whatever you do, you give me the time whenever I want as part of the pool, and you get 10,000 rupees per day. So I charge the world 10,000 rupees, let us say, I will give you 50% to you. 50% will remain with the institute for alumni association or something. And you are able to leverage this one. NIRD is considered the institute of rural development. All the rural development, where will they go? Should come to us? They should come to us? You should be comparable with the big five. Why the hell big five had to take our consulting works? They are good for nothing in this. When they want people, they take us only there. They do the work and they give us peanuts and they take the cashew nuts, isn't it? That's the way things are. 100 rupees they charge, they give 10 rupees to the professionals, 90 rupees they pocket. You can do much better, charge 50 and give 25. 25 can be with the corpus of the institute or the association. I am very clear that a consulting network or a consulting unit with alumni and professors, etc., of the institute can go a long way in making us a big consulting output, because no work in the country is being taken up without third-party assessments, third-party plans, third-party appraisals. All that should have come to us. All that should come to us. See, all of us may not be equally competent, but you know who is competent. Bring them up, empanel them, put them there, and start using their CVs appropriately and push the case. We are not doing that. Both the institutes are not doing it. They say, I'll only do to the extent with the 3 people I have in the unit, in the department.
Or
I'll recruit, yeah. But whereas this is a pool available.
Are IIMs able to crack that model?
They are not doing. Nobody is trying to do, because they are all the. See, IIMs have got a big, simple method. They join the big five, and they are the partners. They are the partners there. So they have cracked the problem for them. We don't seem to have that route. So we leverage on our ability to use the power of the institute. See, RD, you are the power, RM, IRMA is the power. They are recognized. And IRMA should say, NIRD should say, I am sponsoring this unit. I am ensuring the quality of the agency. After 2 to 3 years, we will anyway beat the institute, isn't it? We transcend the institute issues. After 3-4 years of work, our work will be so competent, so qualitative, we don't require institutes to stamp you also after that. It will go anyway, it will go forward. So that is one suggestion, Nainish. You are able to take that forward some way and say, we will have if 1,000 people are there, I guess 50 people should be competent in my assessment. 50 you take and start this up. Start this up. There are also your old teachers. There are also people who have moved out of the NIRD, worked in the NIRD, they didn't work. And there are already existing people in the NIRD who can willing to join this work. So you put that up, all that into one place. Okay, you have to be actively seek works, isn't it? Actively seek works. Then it will happen. And once you do 4 items, 5 items correctly, I think you are in a different wicket altogether.
Now we have one question from Raju.
Sir, I am Narendra Raju from batch 8 PGDRDM, sir. Sir, I take this as not a question but a scope for discussion. If this has, I don't know if this has been discussed earlier. Sir, since we are
almost close to 1,000 and their family members close to 4,500 to 5,000. During this pandemic periods, can we have some health or life insurance policy among ourselves?
Yeah, this is a idea that has been tried by other associations. You should try. You should try. It is extremely useful idea. Okay, if I take individual insurance, the cost versus group insurance cost are definitely positive. Group insurance works. Most alumni associations are trying this. You don't have to be employed together to take group insurance. You decide to be together for some reason, you can take group insurance. So alumni association decided to be together for some reason, solidarity or some reason. So you can take this, and you get a definitely good package from the insurance companies. They will do it half the time, half the price. Yeah, 60%. And it can be cashless, and it can be all over the country. You know, when you take one person, all the difficulties they there, and then your own network and your certification mechanism also can be given by you. Can certify that this fellow is really ill. This hospital is really good. You can say all that. So combine the two, it can be a very good idea. I think I would recommend start doing work on this. Insurance, accident insurance, medical insurance, maybe some life insurance too. For the unfortunate families, we may have to give some money that we should be able to do. Right now we pull up and give, isn't it? But it can be a mechanism, regular mechanism. Doesn't have to depend on that time's meherbani of somebody's generosity. But as a group, we can say we pull up money, fund is available, we give it.
Namaste, sir. So good morning. So I have this very generic question about, so last time we met, it was Feb 2020. It was a pre-COVID time we all discussed, and the learning from you through courses was pre-COVID. So I just want to know, like, now we talk about new reality and after pre-COVID realities. So according to you, what the major thing which has changed for us and we need to change in our approaches, and like what has majorly changed after COVID, and we should consider these things?
I don't know what changed. Poverty has increased.
No, sir, in our approaches as a development group.
Poverty has increased, and our methods of work in situ have been supplemented by online methodologies. So we have a hybrid method that is going to be there. COVID time we did all the online methods we used. Maybe that is not the future. And in situ alone is not the future. We need to think about a online hybrid methodologies. I think we need to perfect that. Today we didn't perfect that. We need to perfect hybrid methodologies. And we need to think about learning by being with the communities. That cannot be compromised. In the name of COVID, we made a compromise. That should be restored back. We should spend a lot of time with the community, because nothing will come from any other source. If nothing is told, just be put with the community for 100 days, you are a different person. There is nothing to teach also. So that is my humble, let's say, what do you say? Deep inside feeling. I spent 1,000 nights. That is my base even today. I would like you to do that. So if the PGDRDM approach or any approach of teaching people is in the back of the mind, somehow put them with the community. Somehow put them with the community. We have to keep finding excuses to put them with the community. Yeah, because there will be 100 things which will not say, no, let us not do it. Conditions are bad, travel is bad, mobility is bad, health is bad, not. Who will incur the cost? All that will be there. But we have to keep finding excuses to do that. If we don't do that, one of our main USP of NIRD students is that we are job ready. I don't know whether you heard about this earlier. What we tell the world is that NIRD students are job ready. that statement will go wrong. That statement will go wrong. If you had to ask you and to come, and then I train you for another 6 months to be useful to us, then why should I come to NIRD? I can go to some other school also. So that should not be compromised by any means. So post-COVID, you should quickly restore spending time with the community by hook or crook. That's my suggestion. The rest, hybrid methodologies have to be perfected. It takes time. It takes time. The other thing that is not do with the COVID, it is to do with the generational progress. People who come to attend classes are having higher knowledge on many issues compared to the people who are coming to tell you something. So that is the reality. So we need to know how to handle that situation. We need to have teachers of that kind who will be able to take that, what is there with the people, and then add something additionally or create a mechanism for them to learn. We need to move from a teacher to a learning facilitator, period. I think teacher's job is over as far as PG DRD is concerned. We are just learning facilitators. We are only triggering some methods for you to start learning. We need to bring all that into our approach. Yeah.
So last two questions from the alumni, sir.
Good morning, sir. Sir, being a development professionals, I sometimes juggle with the question that कि हम quality पे ना जाकर हम numbers को cover up करते हैं. Like we never talk about कि हमने 10 families improve किया और लेकिन हम सब इस बारे में बात करते हैं कि 10,000 20,000 families को हमने cover up कर दिया. तो मुझे लगता क्योंकि हमारा ये बेसिक प्रॉब्लम्स फंड्स पे ही आ जाता है कि अगर हम अगर अपना आउटकम्स नहीं दिखाएंगे तो फंड रेजर भी नहीं देगा. तो इस पे आपका क्या टेक है कि क्या होना चाहिए एक डेवलपमेंट सेक्टर्स को उसके रिजल्ट्स को मेजरमेंट करने के लिए?
Okay. There are two or three responses at a club, all of them. One is we have enormous lack of scale professionals. People who understand scale are not there. Zero. Actually, we are near zero. We are not good at scale. World, our country of 100 million, what is it? 100 million or 140? 1,000 million, 1,500 million country requires professionals who will think about answering the problems of 1,500 million. Isn't it? We don't have. I want to do one village, I want to do with 10 families, I want to do 3 families, let me do a good job there. That kind of people are maybe available. But we don't have people who will think about 1,000 plus million people. We don't have. We need to have them. How do you inculcate this professionalism into us? If you are going to be in Government of India and part of a department, let's say RD, and it has to deal with 10 million, 100 million families. Now, if you don't have a solution that can be useful to 100 million, how are you useful to us? How are you useful to us? So, if you don't do that, you will be only in the DRDA forever. You only in the GP forever. So, how do you go about able to look at larger scale issue? That is one response I have. We don't seem to have that. We don't seem to be having it in the curriculum. We don't seem to be having in the induction methods in our departments. We don't seem to have. That's a big gap. That's a big gap. We need to come up with a solution. The second response I have is that if you are not in the government, see, there are two different wings of the society that operate, isn't it? One is the government, one is non-government. Civil society. Non-government is two parts, civil society of support organizations and there is a community collectives. There are three kinds of people and there is a third one which is local government. But let us look at civil society. If you are a civil society organization, if you are a NGO, you are supporting some work to be done. What is your job? Are you a contractor of the government? If you are not, then what are you? You are supposed to do something on the quality, isn't it? A qualitative solution you have to offer. If you are there, you should do that. If you are in the government, what is your job? You are not here there to keep testing ideas, isn't it? In government, you are not there for testing ideas. Idea has been tested, some NGO, somebody has demonstrated it, how it is to be done. Then you have to say, I'll do. Then what is the way? Numbers, isn't it? What is the way to say that I have done more? Is only way numbers. So if you have no choice but to talk about numbers, but numbers without quality is a problem. We want numbers, but with quality. Nobody wants numbers without quality. If I say million farmers are working for us in natural farming, is not good enough. Immediately Chandrans will ask, sir, uska aay badh raha hai kya? I just can't say that 1 million are working, na? Immediate question will come, quality question will come. I have to answer that also. So you have to combine the two. That is the real requirement. But in the process, there will be one may say, one may pull you to quality, one may pull you to numbers. That pushes and pulls will be there. But the mid course is the way. Mid course is the way. We require numbers, we require quality. And together, and together, and together. So that is the second response. Third response is, this is unfortunate fact, we don't even have good people who are able to deliver good quality. We don't even have. You may say, "Hum nahi kar pa rahe," but you cannot deliver good quality also. We don't have the ability. So we are not good for quality. We are not good for scale. Therefore, what will we do? We will be remaining mediocre. So कम से कम एक सीखो ठीक से. दो टीकने से बहुत अच्छा है. But that's the way I am saying. Those are my three responses.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is related to non-profit funding. As we all know that this Russia-Ukraine war has impacted the funding pattern. So I was earlier studying about social stock exchange. So what are your views on this?
Stock exchange. Yeah. See, I get paid by largest philanthropy of the country called Azim Premji Foundation. So what will happen there? We don't know, but one of the philanthropic routes is to fund items that can show promise. That is the route they take. So if you want to try things, if individual want to try things, if it doesn't offer promise, then we don't fund. If you have done something offering promise, then I would like to fund. Correct? That is my methodology for a good philanthropy. Tata Trust do the same thing. You ask any name, they will say the same thing. We get recently Co-Impact Global Fund funded by our Nandan Nilekani and his wife. So they fund them, but they have given us funds saying that you have done this work, now can you ensure that system change happens. So promise is the social stock exchange cannot reach there. It will not be able to talk about that kind of trial. Social stock exchange will be able to talk like a stock exchange, isn't it? What does the stock exchange is asking? I will give you money into the shares. Shares will go up, and you get more money as a result. Social stock exchange is only saying purpose changes, but the methodology is the same. What is the methodology? My share value has to go up. So it is not a substitute for philanthropic work. Philanthropic work takes some risk in figuring out a promise and fund the promise. So social stock exchange is saying, instead of funding, let us say, business of supplying mobiles, Can we fund schools? Can we fund health? Can we fund discovery research? So that's what they are saying. But at the end, they want shares to go up. If the shares don't go up, I don't know whether the stock exchange will survive. The idea, it will remain an idea, that's all, otherwise. So that is the basic difference. So, but there will be items of work that needs to be funded in that manner. If the delivery has been tested, quality has been proved, you only want to say we want more of this, then SSE, SSX, Social Stock Exchange can be a good way forward. Good way forward. Then the funding can come from people at large, people like us can fund that. We can take shares, we can trade there, and we can go forward on that. But if you want to try innovations, you want to take a trial, I don't know, SSX will be a good way or not. We need to use the startup route, we need to use the angel investment route, we need to use the venture capital route, we need to use the philanthropy route, we need to use the innovation wings of the governments. We need to do all of them, Yeah? So that's my simple take. But as we see, we'll see. Maybe they'll come with new. We are funded, if you remember, Mahidar, long time ago, National Stock Exchange as a CSR also. So they funded us to assess. You are the Chandran Sor part. They funded us to assess the growth of their CSR. So it's possible. They can also try other things, but that will be minor. CSR is only 2% of the profits, isn't it? Profit one है, उसके बाद 2% दे सकते. They didn't say 1% of the turnover, for example. Whether you make money or not, you put in SR. They didn't say. Maybe that is the policy advocacy issue. Why should we wait for profits to invest in responsibility? Do I service my family only after I make money, make profits? No, na? The same thing should work for companies also. You need to do responsibility while you make money. So, but that's the bigger question, yeah. Stock exchange for social purposes. That's the simple meaning I take.
We are done with the questions from the alumni, sir. Thank you, sir. So, any final remarks from your end before we break for tea? Yeah. We can go ahead with that. After the tea, we can have.
Oh, okay. No, I only want to say the last word for now is that we have a lot of promise and we should take all steps to realize that promise. And 5 values we have been talking in our classes. I reiterate for you: hope, don't lose hope. Faith, please have faith in the communities and fellow batchmates in this society, in this world. This is going to be a better place. People are going to be better off. We are going to be better friends, etc., etc. Have the faith. Then please commit to where you commit that you are there for life. The word is promise. So you promise to them that you are there. By chance, you are not going to be there. For some reason, you are not going to be there. Tell them that you will replace with a better person than you. You will have a better person than me if I am not going to be there. A better system than me to be there. So that is the promise. Continue to love and continue to coexist. Continue to coexist. We can't be living our own lives. That doesn't work. We are part of the bigger world. We need to coexist with all kinds of people. We need to coexist and achieve our results within that coexistence. Yeah, I just leave these 5 words into you: hope, faith, promise, love, and coexistence. And we'll be together in this effort. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful interaction. Now I would like to invite Vivek, sir, and I would like to request Mr. Nani Stikku to kindly present a bouquet to him. 5 minutes after his interaction.
So that I can interact with the tea with them in a better way.
Now I would like to request Vivek sir to kindly address the gathering.
Thanks a lot, first of all. Let me view my favorite students from B1, B2, B3. Of course, B4 is, can be seen very easily. And once I was also one of the participants here. Gender budgeting 2014. That was the first interaction to me for NID. And being a student and then being a faculty, it's the transition makes you feel very, very happy. And the same thing I request you all to maybe sometimes Director General's car or a Secretary Rural Development car comes here and oh, I was one of the students of NID, and you know the hall will fill with the claps. This is something I wish to all the alumni. So only one thing which I'll put here: no more SCG or no more microfinance, which you might have seen me in the classrooms. So currently, what we face, like previously, we used to tell that getting loan is very tough. Who will go to the bank? And now every day, banks are coming to you. Anybody challenge that I am wrong? Is it not the banks are coming every day or every hour to you? And you are saying, no, I don't need. Remember, this is the time now, this is the things which we are seeing. That now, bankers are approaching every minutes and seconds and we are blocking the number with a red. Or sometimes we are making that bakwas, something like that also. Similarly, current is the time that employer needs employees. Not we need a job, not at all, but employer needs it. And for this thing, I request the alumni to please help the future generation, the current batch or the future batches, because you are the one, because nowadays current situation is a showcasing business. Whenever we are looking good, nice, of course, which I feel today, I'll post a photo of me in a Facebook. But not tomorrow morning, which is Sunday, I'll get up around 12:30 with a very bad hair. I'll not post that photograph. But that will be the real photograph of me, which will depict the Sunday late rising. Means what I am going to say. Even the interviews which your company, which you are working, you will see that participants, candidates will come with so much of, lie and laugh and refurbished things which we see there in the GAD. And they'll feel all these things. Sometimes you will feel very exciting to see that whatever JD is there for this job, this guy is having everything in it. And more guys also come, he is even little more, far. Because he has also seen senior persons of the same profile, he also copied that also. So whatever people are doing now, getting a job, sending the resume, they are copying it from the GD, which is the vacancies, news, and keeping it. So that the HR person will say, sir, this is a perfect match for this job. But this HR person will don't know that that person is also being groomed by a HR person of some department. Am I right? This is what the things. That's why I request you all to help your companies by referring those persons whom you know already. Of course, should be from the NID as your first, empathy towards them. Because, known demon is far better than the unknown, I don't know what. So, this is something which I like to do. And of course, always have a faith in everything. Always what you have promised. I know that you are promised. Every people promise so many things in the interview boards and all that. Whenever they join, stick to it. Feel that whenever you feel that my job is really tough, I need to just think of so many things are job available. You try to Google that people are not happy with some things. There are people who has a work of, collecting the garbages of elephants and all that on the roads, and they have to dump sites. Think that people like that also are working for the day, and you are in a very good, comfortable white collar job. So this is also whatever things. Not much talking about the entrepreneurship and all that, because we have already discussed. Think you yourself as also an entrepreneur. A lady is already an entrepreneur. A lady being in a job also an entrepreneur. Why? And she is a scientist entrepreneur, scientific entrepreneur. Her kitchen is a very big lab. Her husband gives sometimes the money, that is an investment to her. She knows how to keep some money in the chapati ka dabba mein, because that will be used for some times when there is an emergency. When the 2000 currency was, came up and the 1000 band, around 33% currency came out from these teapots and sugar pots also from the houses. But that was a safe, because they are prone to save. So they are already independent. They know how to run for the 1 month. So if you are a male, do learn from your woman colleague also, how they are also doing it. And never, feel shame in asking anybody anything. Because whenever I come to the class in NRD from 2019 to now, because always there is a room for second chance and there is a other window. I am the example. Devapriya sir, say, I will feel very free in saying, although this shows my losing capacity sometimes, but I was sitting just in the last and I'll finish it to show that anything can happen in this world. I was sitting in my cabin in 2019 and that was my last month of my contractual agreement with NIMSME. And Devapriya sir, and normally I go to lunch at 1:45. That day I waited till 1:10. And sir, who is sitting here, the nice gentleman, the most honest person till now I have seen. As he was just looking for somebody who could take classes on entrepreneurship. And then he come to me searching for some name. I said, he is not there, sir. Then he asked, are you also a professor? I'm not a professor, I'm a faculty here. So can you come in? And that day I came in, and that was perhaps the first class which I attended. I took for the B1. I think Akash is here somewhere. Akash, are you here? Yeah, Akash B1? Yeah, where is your guitar? Yes. And that was the last day of my NIMSME. And so the God has send Devapriya sir as his messenger. Okay, Vivek, term is over, second term is here. And the B2 batch completed, NIMSME called me back. So, if somebody, some almighty, some force, some inspiration is there, who is there to you, so that don't we lose faith in anything. And always there is a chance to improve, go ahead. You will never lose because you have the biggest courage thing, which is there, that self-determination, which you already have. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for giving me the opportunity. And all things I say is from my heart only. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, sir, for your kind remarks. Now I request Karthik sir to kindly facilitate Murli sir and Vivek sir with a token of gratitude. We request Murli sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now we break for a small tea break. I request everyone to assemble back after 10 minutes. We have 2 to 3 presentations lying behind. It's very important. Please kindly come back after just 10 minutes. And one more announcement. Those alumni who came late yesterday night and today morning, kindly register. It is said. I request everyone to kindly settle down. We are resuming back our sessions. It is said, to become a better you, remember to be grateful the person who contributed. I again thank our sponsors for helping us and making this event a reality. Now it's time to hear from our sponsors. So we will be allotting 15 minutes time to each and every sponsor for their presentations. First of all, I take opportunity to invite one of the sponsor, Punk Foundation, which is led by one of our alumni, Surender sir, to kindly share some words. Thank you.
So good afternoon all. Yeah, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Yeah, Punk. This one only. Yeah, this is not a presentation. I'm taking my journey through this small PPT, so we can understand many good moments, some projects, something which we are doing currently. What are our partners? So we are just through this. Actually, when we started working during the COVID, that time all peoples they were worried about the what will happen. कोविड है क्या होगा, काफ़ी लोग हैं जो बंद है घरों में, कैसे करेंगे, क्या 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 कर सकते हैं, सब अपने बारे में सोच रहे थे. तो हमने एक कैंपेन चलाया कि चलो कुछ अच्छा करते हैं. अगर आप देखोगे पीपीटी के टैगलाइन है चलो कुछ अच्छा करते हैं. हमने उस मुहिम के थ्रू लगभग 50,000 प्लस लोगों को हमने सपोर्ट किया. मास्क, मेडिसिन, राशन किट, motivational support, and we able to support and make them and also rely them like we are with them, all we are together, we can fight with the COVID and we come back with a positive note, and hopefully we have created many things fortunately, so that thing we will discuss and we will showcase. अबाउट द पंख, अगर आप देखोगे नाम पंख वो थोड़ा यूनिक है. इस नाम को रखने के लिए हमें लगभग 3 साल लगे कि अगर हम ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बनाते हैं तो कौन सा नाम होना चाहिए. काफ़ी लोगों से डिस्कस हुआ, काफ़ी चीज़ें हमने सोची इसके पीछे, और फिर हमने डिसाइड किया कि हम पंख, अगर हम पीछे हाथ में ऊपर आता हूँ वापस, अगर आप लोगो देखोगे तो लोगो में क्या लिखा हुआ है, अंडरस्टैंड, सपोर्ट, एम्पावर एंड सस्टेन. दीज आर द 4 keywords which we feel like these are the important key component for every project, for every kind of situation through which we need to empower the people. So through these 4 words we have make the logo, and also 4 colors and then Punk. Punk name itself like wings to fly. Now this is a small introduction. We are the grassroots level organization established in 2015. Many subject experts and development professional in that organization. During the work, we met with many people, and we thought we should do something for the community and for the society. And then we made this Punk. If we can talk about, currently we are working 7 states, around 200 plus villages and 24 districts. Punk is the partner with various departments of the state government. Also, we are working with the different, established NGO, those who require the potential human resource and agencies. They can support them for the making the plans, for monitoring and project evaluation, and also train their field team and their office team. Recently, in 2022, we got the award from ANI News, like top 10 rising NGO in 2022. That was a good motivation for us, and that motivated entire team to give and put more efforts so we can make some remarkable change where we are working. If we can talk about our focus area, because might be many person or many of you having question like why not single motto, because many NGO they are working in education, many NGO they are working in livelihood, many are some community institution building. Why not one or two? Why several things? Because after COVID several things has been changed. If we need to really empower the people, household or community, then we should focus integrated development, and our organization is working on integrated development model only. We are supporting the women through women empowerment programs. We also focusing on the sustainable agriculture. We also focusing on environment protection and solid waste management, because this is the real need of the current scenario. Wasteland development, livelihood creation, farmer producer organization, livestock, capacity building, research innovation. These all points we have considered, because through our journey we found these are the gap, like these are the area where gap is exist, and also community and also institution they need the support in these areas. If we can talk about our goals is very simple, not big words, very simple. To build lasting relationship, because without the building the relationship we can't expect the development and can't expect like process can be initiated. So first, to building the lasting relationship based on mutual trust, we should be trust each other with the communities and beneficiaries whom we are working, whom for we are making the plans, while upholding highest ethical standards, ethical sympathy, empathy in conduct of all our project activities. Wherever we are working, whatever we are doing, we should creating the trust so we can do the work effectively. So long term, that I can say empowerment and sustainability can be ensured. To nurture a culture of supportive flexibility and continuous learning for better outreach. This is our small goal, because without the having trust, without having understanding, and without having good rapport with each other, we can't make the difference. Whatever work we are doing, we should have certain things. So minimum, based on the minimum criteria, we are made the goal. If we can talk about the mission is all about the I can say to provide effective assistance to the underprivileged, weak and poor people in community, especially women in rural and semi-urban area and slum by way of developing their life skills, economic skills, and socio-cultural skills and making them self-reliant. Punk's overarching mission is to create an equitable society where all human beings coexist with dignity. Like Muli sir also told, coexistence is very important. So that point also we have considered in our mission. Vision is also very clear, small, to make the world a place where all underprivileged people will develop as a resource and contribute towards the growth of the nation. Because without the contribution of every individual, we can't think our nation can be developed. So this is the vision we have taken. This is the small, I can say, our model. Like no one leave behind initiative, because after making the doing the formalization of the process of punk, we thought we should create some small model that can be replicated, that can be educate to the people institution, or that can be a good source of learning and understanding for the local government. So we have developed certain models on basis of this particular theme, no one leave behind. In that, in Swablamban, skill development and livelihood initiative we have planned, Sankalp, natural resource management and health and hygiene practices, because during COVID many things happen. So Sankalp, how we can support and do. Uthan, promoting the education, how to make the government schools smart school, smart Anganwadi. In that we also develop the model. Udan, gender equality related action. Then onion, organic farming, zero budget farming related intervention. Then responsive action and behavioral change communication. How we can ensure wherever need is there, and how we can plan for the behavioral change. If we can, like, this is the recent highlights. Currently we are working with the 20,000 farmers, 64 FPOs we have completed and make the value chain and everything with the ITC. We are working on organic farming on 1,000 hectares in Prayagraj district of UP. We also in women empowerment, more than 1,000 women they trained, and 800 women and young girls they have placed in different. That success story we'll share later on. Similarly, SSGs, so many things wherever we found gaps and their community come forward and partner they thought there should be done, and they required some contribution planning. So we have planned, and also in COVID 50,000 plus we have supported. Recently in Assam flood, 65,000 people supported through many mobilization resource and everything. This is a small clip how we are doing. Meantime, I'm also personally taking the session for our women beneficiary and young girls, how they can make their career secure, how they can initiate. In behavioral change communication, in Noida, we are running a Clean Noida program and small campaign, community meetings, PRA in urban area, Nukkad Nataks, theme is specifically how we can, many things with the help of. These are the ongoing process, like how we can supporting and how media is covering us in FPO formation. In Rajasthan, when I was in Rajasthan, I have give training to the several FPO. In Assam, in flood relief. In Sivsagar district, we are working with the women SCG 100 plus, and we are supporting for the handlooms and all. These are the several glimpses, small glimpses. These are the, I can say, stories. These girls, they are belong to the family where casualty happened during the COVID. So we have supported them. Now they are taking the lead and supporting their family in absence of their mother or father or their, elder brother. These are our partners. In our 7 to 8 years journey, we are able to connect with these, and they are, appreciated us and continue they are supporting us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your kind address. Now I would like to request Mr. Shyam from Shadow Puppet Films to kindly address. It's a humble request. Please, everyone, stay within the time limits. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Nainishi. I don't think he's here, and alumni team to invite me and give me this wonderful opportunity to speak to everyone here. Can I get a mic? I'm going to show some films that we have done for the development sector. So people who are on the backside, I don't think you'll be able to see our films because it will have subtitles, because most of them are in Telugu. So if you don't mind coming down to some of these front seats, that will be good. I'll be very thankful. We definitely have some interesting films to show, and we don't want you to miss. Thank you. story, all that we were told is Mr. Ambadas was given that loan and then he rebuilt his life, right? But we took like 2 weeks close to interview this man, find out details, intricate details about what was the situation all about, right? And that's where really stories do come from. And because you're all going to be in professions which are in development sector, most likely, if you have a story, I mean, do reach out to people like us. That's where we believe we can really make a difference. And just to give you a little more statistics, this is probably the most appreciated video that has been ever done for Mahindra Finance. And in about 3 months, they got close to 2.5 million views. Now, how does that happen? I think when there is a really good story, right? When there's an honest story, and if it comes out well, we don't need to brand it. We don't need to ask people to watch it. People will automatically send it to other people and they do the same thing, right? So because you all do such great work, right? And the students, which you'll end up doing it. So, keep always looking for those stories. And my recommendation is that the moment you have a story, doesn't matter whether you have funds or not, even with your internal resources, do translate them into visual stories. That's what will help you really brand yourself, and that will do wonders. That's what I want to say. And yeah, can you go to 100% first one? Yeah, so this is a video that we've done for, again, Safa. Don't play it, sir. So I just want to tell you, so this NGO wanted to reach out to Microsoft, and their ask was very simple. They have, as per their research, they realized that in urban slums of Hyderabad, the literacy rate is very, very low. They have done all their case study and they wanted to reach out to Microsoft, and they told Microsoft that, oh, this is a cause that we would like to address. Can you help us address this cause? And Microsoft said, we can, but show us a film, right? Show us a film that this is really an issue. And this is what we came up with, if you can play it.
एक 120 गुणा 20 कितना होता है?
आइडिया नहीं। 90। तुम बोलना पड़ता। 300। 80। 140 नहीं। तो ये 2000 होगा।
कुछ भी पढ़े लिखे कुछ भी नहीं है, नहीं पता क्या है।
120 को ज़रब करना। Alexa, what is 120 times of 20?
120 times 20 is 2400.
So much of effort in educating Alexa. But what about people?
Yeah, so what we wanted to really do is, because we knew that their target is Microsoft. They somehow wanted to impress Microsoft and get funds. And you know what? After they have shown this video, I think, if I remember the numbers correctly, I think they were able to generate about 25 lakhs in about 2 days, right? So I think that's the power of video. We will have to eventually, thank you, you'll have to really connect to people, and that I believe is the power of video. I don't want to, am I boring you? Are you up for one more video? All right, okay, thank you so much. So this is a video that we have done for Midnight's Daughter. Don't play it. Yeah, so this is a video. We've been approached by government of Telangana, and their ask is that HIV/AIDS cases in Telangana have been increasing rapidly, and most of the susceptible population is, most of the time, they're all truck drivers. This is the this is what they have told us, and they said, do come up with a story which can emotionally churn truck drivers. And this is what we came up with.
ఏం నరసింహ ఏం దా తొందర ఇంటికా అడ్డాకా
ఇవాళ కాదురా, ఇవాళ నా బిడ్డ పుట్టినరోజు, తొందరగా ఇంటికి పోవాలి.
నీ సంగతి మాకు తెలియదా ఏంది?
$300 ఫైనల్, ముందే చెప్తున్నా. అరే నీకే ఉంది కూతురు. ఆ జంక్షన్ దాటినాకనే తెలుసు కదా అడ్డా.
అదేంది?
హుషారుగాళ్ళు ఉంటారు కదా, నా పనిలో ఇవన్నీ భరించాల్సిందే.
అయితే వేరే పని చూసుకోరాదు?
నీ లారీ క్లీనర్గా చేర్చుకుంటావా? వేరే పని అంట సలహాలు ఇస్తుండు.
నీకు చెప్పినా చూడు.
నాకు కాదు, 20 ఏళ్ల కిందట మా అయ్యకి చెప్పేది ఉండే, ఇంట్లో పెళ్ళం బిడ్డలు ఉన్నారు, అడ్డమైన తిరుగులు తిరగకు అని. ఆయన కూడా నీలానే లారీ డ్రైవర్. అప్పుడు ఆయన నాలాంటి వాళ్ళ దగ్గరకు పోబట్టి ఎయిడ్స్ వచ్చి పోయిండు. ఇల్లు నడవాలిగా. ఇప్పుడు నేను నీలాంటి వాళ్ళ దగ్గరకు వస్తుంది. ఈడ కాదు,
నాకు లేట్ అవుతుంది, నేను ఇంటికి పోవాలి.
ముందే మాట్లాడుకున్నాం కదా, మళ్ళా ఇదేంది?
ఆలోచించండి, ఎయిడ్స్కి దూరంగా ఉండండి. వివరాలకు 1097 ఉచిత నెంబర్కి కాల్ చేయండి.
Thank you. Yeah, so this is one of my really most appreciated film from us, and yeah, I feel emotional every time I see it. Can you guess, is the lorry moving in some of those shots? The straight shot with two people. Lorry was not moving. It's a static lorry, because we realized while we were shooting that the actor doesn't know how to drive. So some of us basically, the moment we say action, we were pushing the lorry, on this side and that side. So some BTS things. Yeah, so I'd like to show you one more quick film, Child Marriage. Yeah, so this is a film, this is the last film that we're going to show. This is a film that we've done for government of Andhra Pradesh. It was funded by Plan India. So again, here the ask is a very, very dry information, which is the case in most of the times in the development sector. The ask is, there is this Prohibition of Child Marriage Act, which says that everybody can be imprisoned if they directly, indirectly take part in the marriage of a girl who is less than 18 years, right? So now, a lot of people actually do not know that, and then we've been asked to see if we can make a film about it, and this is what we came up with. Sir, if you can play.
ఇంకా ఆ బట్టలతోనే ఆడుతున్నావా? రా లోపలికి.
అమ్మాయి కొద్దిగా చిన్నదిగా ఉంది.
దాందే ఉందండి, మా పెళ్ళప్పటికి మా ఆవిడ వయసు 12 సంవత్సరాలే. బాగారు, ఖాళీ టైంలో అమ్మాయి ఏం చేస్తుంటుంది?
ఆడపిల్లకి తీరిక ఎక్కడ ఉంటుందండి? ఇంట్లో వంట పని, ఆ పని, ఈ పని, అదే సరిపోతుంది.
ఈ మధ్య జాబ్ వచ్చింది, నెలకి 15,000 శాలరీ.
బాగారు, మా ఇంట్లో ఆడవాళ్ళు ఉద్యోగం చేసే ఆనవాయితీ లేదండి.
అసలు ఆడపిల్లలకు ఉద్యోగం అవసరమే లేదు.
చదువు పుస్తకాల పురుగండి, ఎప్పుడు పట్టిన బుక్స్. బాగారు, ఇంతకీ అమ్మాయి ఏం చదువుతుంది?
చదువుదే ఉంది.
చదువుకున్నాను. బాల్య వివాహ నిషేధ చట్టం
18 సంవత్సరాల లోపు అమ్మాయిలకి పెళ్లి చేయడం చట్టరీత్యా నేరం. ఈ నేరం చేసిన కుటుంబ సభ్యులు, పెళ్లి కొడుకు, మధ్యవర్తులు అందరినీ జైల్లో వేస్తారు. పంతులు గారు, మిమ్మల్ని కూడా.
చూసారుగా, బాల్య వివాహం నేరం. దాని ప్రత్యక్షంగా కానీ పరోక్షంగా కానీ సహాయపడిన వారికి చట్టపరమైన శిక్షలు తప్పవు. స్వలాభం కోసమైనా ఇంకా ఏ ఇతర కారణాల చేతనైనా 18 సంవత్సరాల లోపు ఆడపిల్లలకు అలాగే 21 సంవత్సరాల లోపు మగపిల్లలకు పెళ్లి చేయడం నేరం. బాల్య వివాహాలను నిర్మూలిద్దాం. బాలికలను చదివించి నవ్యాంధ్రప్రదేశ్ని నిర్మిద్దాం.
So for filmmakers like us, real high comes when we show our films and people really participate in them. So thank you so much. It's a pleasure being here, and I recognize a few faces, since my 2020 February visit, and I really wish to come every year and be part of this wonderful group. And I will work with Nainishi, and I will love to be a sponsor continuously. And I hope do reach us. If you have stories, do think of us. We'll be more than happy to come on board and help you in whatever capacity. And in case if we think that we can't travel, I know filmmakers across India, and I'll be able to happily put in touch with anybody that I know. And on a note of conclusion, so we work with number of NGOs. So some of the famous NGOs that I've worked with are Child Fund, Plan India, and we work with Government of Andhra Pradesh, Government of Telangana. We work with a few other NGOs. I believe we really understand this space. We do other films as well, corporate films, ad films, so on and so forth. But at the heart of everything that we do, we really love working with NGOs, because I personally feel this is our way of giving back to the society. So on that note, I would like to thank you again, and thank you Nainishi and the alumni team to give this opportunity. Okay. Yeah, so this is our phone numbers, and they're there on the standee as well. Thank you so much for all those claps, and thank you so much. Take care.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we all will be breaking for lunch. I request everyone to be back at 2:15 sharp for thematic sessions. Please guys, follow the time limit strictly. We have to start the session by 2:15. Thank you so much.